Hello, hello, hello. Hope everybody's doing well this evening. In the mood to make something, which is good because that's what I need to do. I have these letters here, 2 pages each, and they're doing nobody any good like this, so that's what needs to be made. One from a villain, one from a, I guess, probably dead father. Telling happy stories over here. Going back to the paper that I used for the other stuff. See what I have that will work. Kind of. Hey, Swimming Tiger. Thanks for checking out the stream. I think maybe for the first time. I don't recognize your screen name. Thanks for jumping in. Just getting ready to do some letter crafting. These are some couple of props that will sort of close out the encoded letter puzzle. Hey, Leaf. And sort of provide some additional plot hooks. And hey, Fitz, long time no see. Oh yeah, Fitz? Nice. Okay, so maybe like that. That's how I'll do it. And we'll see what I do if I screw them up. Am I crazy? Could have sworn I had. Hey, what's up, Amy? Okay, I guess I do not. Cut some more pages down then. No big deal. Trying to remember. I think it was 8 by. Been a minute since I've cut one of these letter sizes. sure I get it right. Six by 8 and yeah. Okay. Cut through those many sheets. Maybe. Let's see. So last night I managed to make it through the letters, the two that are remaining, and get everything spaced out so that the encoded messages work, which is a little bit trickier than last time, because last time we sort of built the decoders around the encoded messages, and this time I had to go in reverse. So let's just say it wasn't straightforward. It took a number of tries, but I think everything is now in a state that I can probably reliably recreate them. So I just have one more template to create out of each, and then it's all downhill. I sort of take extra time at this step because I know if I make a decent template, then anytime I want to recreate these letters, which I know I will want to, shouldn't be a big deal. So this is the letter from the villain Damien. It's going to have the type of solution, or one of the encoded. One of the methods is sort of hold it up to light. You can see words that are circled. And the other one is obviously a decoder message, and that works okay. I can double check that, but pretty sure that works just fine. And the other one is the letter from the father. So let's see, these are dot. And unless we come up with any other cool ideas, this is the last remaining bit for this whole letter idea. Which is kind of sad. Kind of thought we could just work on it forever, you know. Make sure that... Yeah, take a look at Catacombs. Yep. That is correct. And destroy this we never spoke. Cool. Let's see, how did I do this before? How's everybody doing tonight? Any fun stuff being scheduled or planned? I'm gonna try to do my best to maintain my D&D games this week. I've got a pretty crazy hectic week, but I'm gonna do what I can. Back to the grind. I get it. Yeah, I get it. It is the trickiest part of playing the game sometimes, getting everybody's schedules to line up. It's definitely tough. Like I feel bad anytime my crazy schedule contributes to it as the DM, because I'm trying to balance like running 2 games a week that I run along with trying to kind of build out all this stuff. And it's like, how do I pick? Like I want to get more things done, but also I don't want the games to suffer. You know, it's hard to choose sometimes. Well, the tricky part has been, and I'm curious once I write out the final form of this one, if it does actually look enough like. I mean, now I'm up to 4 different people's handwriting that I'm trying to sort of create with this, which is the tricky part for me. I don't think it's like a great. I just need it to be believable enough, you know, that it's not like the same person wrote all of this. Like, obviously, I did. Two games for me. 2 games a week for me is a. Oh no, did my chat cut off? If you're saying it's a lot, it is. But Yeah, it's one of the things that I'm hoping after digging out of this big project, which I love all of the stuff that I've done, but it's also it's too much, too fast, and I've got to get back into. I've got to find sort of a more reasonable rhythm, and it'll also let me do other streams that I want to do and other types of content, and hopefully have an easier time balancing everything. Yeah, Miracle. I'm not even sure I noticed the misspelling. Hey Toto, how's it going? I'm good. Just making some templates. This is the letter that I was working on last night. It was written, and then I had to sort of rewrite some pieces. This is from the yet to the ultimately the villain. These last two letters are basically they aren't required for moving the puzzle forward. They're sort of an end cap to provide a couple of characters that a DM can choose to use or not use. So this one is from this sort of master thief or rogue or criminal underboss, something like that, to the Thorn character, basically indicating that they were in a sort of a trade work relationship where Thorn worked for this guild in exchange for finally getting this information about where the treasure may be. And then this last letter over here, which is the final of the entire sequence, is in the treasure from Thorn's father, indicating that, you know, the treasure is secured for them, and if anything ever happens if Dad's ever gone, it's because of his partner Donovan. So that could serve as a little mini reveal. I mean, this letter sort of sounds nefarious, so I think players will be right to be suspicious of this character. And then this other letter, when they find the treasure, confirms that, oh, okay, so this Donovan person is behind a lot of this trouble. Cool. And basically, like the the process from last night was working kind of backwards from, like, I knew that, for instance, these letters had to reveal a secret message in these decoders, because I wasn't going to make new decoders just for these letters. They had to work within these. But there's no hey, what's up, Undersampled? There's no like surefire way to do it. There's a lot of like kind of writing backwards, I guess, to get there. I don't know why is my chat all screwy. Hold on. Hey, what's up, Under? Did I inadvertently ignore you somewhere? I hate doing that. So what I'm doing here is I've got sort of a tape together, or no, this one's the tape together. One of them, yeah. So I've got the letter sort of written out. Hey T, how's it going? And then creating this version, like kind of drawing, like writing over it, to create a second copy will allow me to basically turn this into one of my Frankenstein templates to make recreating the letter faster. Hopefully it'll make sense. Because the paper that I'm transferring onto, I can't see through. So I've got to, yeah, got to get creative. when I'm making these templates. Do hope you'll stay in touch with us tonight. It does. It has 2 layers, just like everything else, because it wouldn't be fitting if it did not. Big family and become an important part of it. Here, just let me finish this one. I can show you guys what it all looks like. Hey, what's up, Clayton? It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Okay. All right. So here's what the 2 letters look like. The first one the players will find, this letter is effectively the tutorial letter once they get the decoder. This one will already be in a set of the decoders revealing the secret message. So the first, when the players are sort of handed, and this is at the tail end of the adventure, so this, we're sort of getting away with the secret messages only really revealing plot. They're not sort of handing over new cool stuff, because hopefully that is compelling at this point. Actually, it does provide them a little bit of something, but... All right, let's... Did I... Damn it. Hey, Mackenzie. Thanks for checking out the stream. Welcome. Helps when I put the right letter in the right decoder, doesn't it? Okay, So just to get the full experience here of what this letter, well, not the full experience until the letter's transferred onto something more better paper than just this cheap copier stuff. All right. So when the players get the decoders, this letter will have already been in there, and the message through the decoder reads, "Take a look at catacombs, destroy this, we never spoke." And taking a look at the letter, they'll see a name that they haven't seen unless they really paid close attention to the Thieves' Notebook. This name Donovan seems to have written the letter to Thorn. So this is really, apart from the very beginning of this letter experience, this is the first letter from somebody that hasn't been Thorn this whole time. And we sort of modeled this. We wanted this to have sort of a sinister tone to it. Because, I guess without getting too much into all of the background again, the short of it is that this character Donovan is responsible for probably the death of Thorn's father, and has been using Thorn to try to find treasure hidden by Thorn's father years ago. So that's kind of all culminates in this letter, which we sort of modeled when we wrote it on some corporate speak. See if you can pick up any of it. Okay. We already know, so we're starting with the reveal that the secret message, or one of the secret messages, indicates the catacombs as the location to look for, but also destroy this message, which obviously Thorn didn't do. It reads, "Dearest Thorn, congratulations are in order. I have received information that you've risen within the ranks of our guild as quickly as almost anyone. Your father is, would be, proud. Most initiates never make it past the first phase, if I'm honest. They take one look at the letters we deliver and throw in the towel. It's refreshing to see your dedication. And nobody tracks down a stray dog like you do. Just look at those 9 rehabilitated animals, all thanks to you." Side note, that's how thieves talk about guards. This means bribing guards to become rehabilitated, or good dogs, or guards that look the other way. Anyway, plus all of your work and the recent guild acquisition has shed light on your leadership capabilities. That deal wasn't cheap after all. This is in reference to a heist on a fellow guild. See, undersampled? On top of everything else, I find personal pride in all the new exhibits donated to the museum in the guild's name. Your work has been key to each of them. The shadow gem, that mirror, the amulet, incredible work. Obviously, acquiring, stealing things. The museum's halls used to look more like dusty old catacombs before you came around. You've brightened them up with all this treasure. I can't help but be reminded of that day years ago when we first spoke about you joining the guild. Do you remember? Back then you resisted. I don't blame you. It's freeing to be independent. If it wasn't for this personal obsession of yours to fulfill your father's half-finished work, I'm sure we would never have worked together. I know your father is important to you and that it's likely that you will destroy anything that gets between you and answers. I'm delighted to finally be of some help. With an arrangement such as this, we would prefer to deliver the news in person, but I can deal with a letter just once. It's like I never get to deliver good news in our line of work. But I've included this information you've been looking for, what we spoke about with this letter. Don't miss it. Referring to the secret message we already looked at. I do hope you'll stay in touch with us, despite our agreement soon coming to a close. We like to think of ourselves as one big family, and you've become an important part of it. You're impressive now, but just wait. With the right tutelage, we will help you improve even more. You can be the best version of yourself within our organization. I look forward to watching you thrive in the future." Now, the hidden message on this one is tricky to show on camera because I already sort of showed the one secret message. The other hidden message, you have to hold it up to light because there are words circled on the back that show through. Donovan was, in fact, Thorn's father's partner. So in this case, the hidden message is, information is never cheap. Find your treasure, then fulfill your half of the deal. I don't like to wait. We will be watching. So that'll be clear by holding it up. That's what that letter is. Again, it doesn't give any indications of anything. It's at this point we're just sort of paying off story threads, and that's what that letter's about. Then the players find the treasure, and at the bottom of the treasure is a letter written from Thorn's father to his family. And here in this case, I'm going to go the opposite direction. I'll read the letter first, and then point out the hidden messages. To my dear family, we often talk about my retirement. I know I've always been reluctant because that one big score was always out there calling my name. I think it's safe to say retirement won't be an issue now or ever. I'll say it in person, but I have to jot thoughts down while fresh in my mind to be sure I don't lose them. Your father has been many things in his life, but clever or in any other way quick with words? Nope. Okay, enough about the emotional state that I am in. I know I've put you all through a lot, thinking I've been in an unusual amount of danger. No need to think that anymore. It's all behind us now. I've found the treasure. In fact, I'm staring at it right now. And as much as this is for me, I'll admit to that, this is really for you kids. Kai, Thorn, this is how we find our way out of this crazy life. I know if I'm anything, I'm a hypocrite in action. I'll be gone someday, and your mother too, and we don't want you to, typo, putting your lives at risk. We've talked about this a lot. One last job. This is what it's always been about. It's not Mom. It was at one point, but not anymore. I know what this life can mean and the things I've seen. My work with Donovan. Don't get drawn into it too. Kai, you've been an exceptional protege. But I do see how proud you are caring for the land. You don't have to follow in my footsteps. You'll do better on your own path. And Thorn, I know it all sounds exciting. That's what I knew of my father, too, and back then, it was all too easy for me to trust him and follow in his footsteps. I know there's something even better out there for you, and I can't wait to find out what it is. I have a couple of things to see to before I can bring all of this home. I need to arrange proper transportation first. Imagine the attention I would draw trying to haul this much treasure out of town on my own. I'll see you all soon. With love, Dad. So the first layer of the secret message will be these individual characters that are going to be written. I'm thinking that the entire letter is probably written in blue with individual characters in black. And if you go through all of it, it basically says, my tools are cursed, which the players know that. It says, in case I'm, what does it say? In case I'm not here. Basically, you can cure the curse in the well behind their house. Basically, is what that conveys. And then if the decoder is used on it, see if I can quickly do it like this. The decoder message indicates, I have to be quick. I am in danger. If I am gone, it was Donovan. Don't trust him. So at that point, players have suspicions in this letter, confirmation in that letter, and if the DM would like to, the DM can sort of use that additional hook at the end to create whatever drama they can dream up to their heart's content. Let's see. And now, in order to make these over the top of thicker paper that I want to weather, I need to slice this up a bit, which is going to make me seem like a crazy person for a while. Does the writer think someone is reading his letters? Is that why he has an encoded message? Yeah, I thought through some of that on stream. I think that there is... So here's the trap. Here's like the sort of the design trap that I could probably figure out ways around in future iterations of this whole puzzle. You know, it seems like there's two possibilities in Papa Tenmar's mind. He's either thinking, this letter is only going to ever be seen by my family, in which case no reason to encode any messages. Thanks, Millen. Or he thinks maybe my partner or somebody else could stumble across this letter, in which case no amount of encoding like this is gonna stop them, because they're gonna spot this. I think that the momentum and the reward of being able to use the various tools they have to uncover a deeper meaning or a hidden message, and that message has a punch to it, is enough to kind of overlook the fuzzy math used to justify it. Because I agree, it's not the neatest thing. Like, who's this for? Why is it encoded? But it's also like, well, this is a family built around thieves passing secret letters to one another. Maybe this is just how he thinks. Because yeah, it's not the super cleanest. It's not a super clean concept at that point. So this is where I will briefly, for a few minutes, look like a serial killer, because I'm basically turning these templates into frames to allow me to replicate these more quickly. First ritualist, now serial killer. Where will it stop, right? Favorite campaign. What was the character? I don't have many campaigns. I've only ever played in 2 campaigns as a player. I'm primarily a DM, which I guess I can answer from that perspective. But then it gets really hard. It's sort of like choosing a favorite kid, right? Because each table is different. to some extent, I think it's going to be hard for me to top, at this point, the feeling of running sort of my own session and one-shot concepts. Like, it's so fun to be on this side of the table. I'm not sure that I can have as much fun as a player. It's still fun. I like doing it. But it's just not the same. Do you have a favorite, Millen? Also a DM, Mackenzie? Yeah. It's sort of like, I would liken it to, like, it's being a magician. There's always going to be some fun to be had stepping into the audience and willful suspension of disbelief and watching another, like, being a part of another show, but it's never going to compete to being the magician and sort of pulling off the tricks and you know what I mean? Like, it can't possibly compare, I think. Hey, Shark Flies. Thanks for checking out the stream. Welcome. What'd you miss? You've missed nothing. The party starts when you're... Now that you're here, we can get started. Oh, that's amazing, Dylan. Next step is to become a DM. Well... Good news, there's never going to be a shortage of players for you. That's the other advantage to being the DM, is that everybody's always looking for one for a game. So you can be as busy, I think, as you want to be. What kind of game would you want to run, Millen? Do you have ideas on that already? That's a really good question. There's usually some level of inspiration. At this point, so for something like a side quest, like in a sense, all of these kind of puzzles became that. Designing them as sort of like making side quests, like that's usually built around a more concrete source of inspiration, or not. It's not source of inspiration, but a more of a concrete idea, because it feels like a side quest is something that players aren't going to invest in as much in as a larger thing. So it makes sense that there's a little bit more kind of laid out for them, right? A large campaign, there's a lot more opportunity to be spending multiple levels digging into. There's room for a lot more work from the players to be fit into it. But so my approach to like campaigns anymore is really a lot of like back and forth. Like I'll start by asking players, the last time I started a campaign was asking them sort of what was their, why were they together as a party, right? During sort of session 0 and during sort of all the original planning at the beginning when people are making characters, it's like I want to start with why are these characters together, and then based on that say, okay, well, what sort of then, and based on the character concepts, what is a plot line that would justify that? And I use plot line very loosely there, because really what I'm designing at that point is what is an antagonist? What is like the great big antagonist or threat that they can save everybody from? And then from that start to boil it down into smaller and smaller threats until we get all the way back to sort of level 1. And it's sort of like I feel like the campaign designs is like dropping a big rock into the water, and that's off in the distance. That's the threat, and the players are back here at shore. So then those ripples keep coming out, but they keep getting sort of thinner and thinner and thinner until it comes to the players. And maybe their first adventure is dealing with some goblins that kidnapped somebody from town, but there is going to be something attached to that adventure that ties, even with the thinnest line, all the way back to the antagonist. And they may bob and weave throughout the campaign. It's not like they're going to take a direct line usually to that threat, but I want it to be felt, right? And then it's more about like, okay, well, what's the next sort of arc? And then I really don't plan more than a session or two out, apart from like things that I craft for stuff. So I don't necessarily do a lot of plot design as much as I think about like what are the antagonists doing, and then how is that reflected to the players? Like what are they going to face as a result of that? Which is difficult to just talk about. One of the things I want to do when this kind of big project I'm working on is out of the way is have a more balanced approach to the stream, where I'm doing a lot more. I want to do a lot of my session prep on stream with you guys. Hopefully generalized enough that everybody can benefit from some of the brainstorming. But I think one of the biggest gaps for dungeon masters nowadays is actually seeing other DMs at work and seeing what goes into making a session happen. Like what do session notes look like for everybody? And that's really tough to get insight into. So I want to try to break that down a little bit. And hopefully over time that'll answer the question of like, how does a complex plot come together? Maybe. But before I can do all of that, I've got to cut out this paper like I'm a madman, right? I've got to just really raise some eyebrows as people drop into the stream and then go like, ooh, I'm gonna get out of here. Which I do not blame them for, by the way. They are probably right. None of this is easily justified. Oh, nice. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it could be, you could also fancy it up, and I'm sure we could come up with lots of cool stuff. Yeah. Yes. I think was that shoot. That was last night, right? It all sort of blends together. Last night's stream, I need to do a better job of going back and creating sort of jump points or whatever what they're called, like chapter markers in streams. But yes, there is. We did sort of an impromptu sort of brainstorm on a basilisk encounter last night, and I just sort of jotted down some thoughts about. I think Millen's prompt was, how could you make a basilisk less boring? And we had some ideas. That kind of brainstorming I'd like to have be at least a weekly occurrence on the stream. Whereas that's the first time we've really done brainstorming like that all month, which is crazy because I think people would get a lot out of that. I get a lot out of it. Shoot, it's not like I'm sitting here with a bunch of ideas. It's the process is what pulls it out. And I actually, like, on that topic, like, I would recommend if you're getting into being a dungeon master or trying to revise or figure out a new way to do it, if you haven't tried sort of only planning a session in advance at a time, I think it's worth trying. It can be really painful in the beginning because it feels like you're barely keeping your head above water, but what you're also doing is building a pattern of creative, like, time spent over. You're spending time over. You're putting energy in over time, like it's like doing anything repeatedly. And I think it is really good practice for lots of things, but for reliably coming up with ideas for a campaign. No, I don't think so. Maybe that'd be something to try playing on stream sometime. Oh, that's a cool idea. I like that. Yeah, that's a great idea. That's, I mean, that's where it starts, you know. Starts random, and then you start kind of tying things and pulling things together, and all of a sudden you look like a genius, but all you did was follow the process, right? Millen with the real questions. Coffee. I think I'm pretty boring when it comes to the actual flavors, because I prefer to have things like mixed with ice cream, right? Like fruit, you know, chocolate, syrup, nuts. Like, so if I have to go flavor, I mean, I guess it's going to be something, you know, maybe like a strawberry, um, but honestly, like, you start with that vanilla base, you can do so many more interesting things with it. And I mean, maybe, I guess there are crazy people out there that take things like other flavors and then do like are there people that put toppings on just like chocolate? I suppose, or that's I'll change it. Strawberry, maybe like mint chocolate chip. That feels like a little bit cheating, because it's like, yeah, it's a flavor, but really, like, it's kind of toppings have been added. So I don't know. Now we're getting into the whole like hot dog or sandwich conversation about what's a topping versus what's a flavor. So we'll just leave it there. But Toppings all over the place. Heck yeah. But on chocolate even? Okay. All right. My palate may just be too. You know what? My palate is too simple. I don't have the sophistication to handle all of that going on. It's a me problem, not an anybody else problem, I think. What's up, Matisse? Good early morning to you. An interesting ice cream vendor. Are we going with like full Twilight Zone? Every character is an opportunity for something twisted, or are we going more heartfelt, real character drama? Maybe both. Toto with the golem. There could always be a golem problem. That's a good call. I think it would be fun if seems sweet. Here's it would be fun, because like ultimately ice cream is a milk product, right? So it makes sense for the vendor to be more of a farmer. The vendor is maybe a master artisan in their own right. Cursed. But how about they have they have a connection to someone arcane and have used this, maybe, you know what, not even arcane, like they've like they wanted that something special for their ice cream, and so they have found, let's just say, found a way as a human being, a craftsperson, to use magic to basically associate ice cream to like memories. So it's like there are flavors, but the flavors are geared around, like, you know, this one is like, you know, your first love is like the name of the flavor, or this one is, you know, a reactivated childhood, where it's like you're gonna remember something new. Like basically each ice cream you taste is gonna do something and provide a fun moment for the players of like, what is their relived moment in this, you know, context. And maybe in the case of like a reactivated memory, maybe one gets introduced that they had forgotten about, right? And then the fun plot, like, this can be completely innocent and just a fun little sort of like trick at the fair. But if anybody asks, and certainly as like a follow-up, like if that's a fun piece of a session, and then a couple sessions later, he might need some help, because like, well, he obviously isn't a master of the arcane or anything stuff, and he may have stolen his technique from a witch in the woods. And so as a result of that, like, he and his family are in danger, and they need the players' help to sort of, so like it could be just a genuine like ice cream man type of story, where maybe he kind of overreached a little bit, or like, well, I didn't think the witch even saw me, and it's like, you know, you're playing with fire type of thing. Like, that would be a fun side character quest to introduce with an innocent enough, you know, reasoning, but like obviously you don't mess with witches or wizards. I think it could go either way, or some bad guy somewhere that's all twisted up in a vendetta because of what the milkman, like what the ice cream man is putting them through. That could be fun. Without it being like initially like a life or death type of thing. You know, I think that could be neat. Yeah, deal with a hag, or like stealing, like I guess no, it wouldn't be a deal with a hag. It would be stealing from a hag's garden, right? So it's like he stumbled upon it in the woods at some point and sees the garden with all the like the stakes, like normally people would be like carrots and cabbage, but this one is like childhood memories, right? Like he just kind of goes off, he's like, oh, okay, so I'll take some of that and some of that, and he's been using that to make his ice cream, and as a result draws some ire. Cursed ingredients, as they say. Yeah. They got to grow them somewhere, right? And to give our ice cream man, or an archfey, sure, somebody, it could also be, or it could be an old man, it could be an old wizard, or it could be a warlock. You could pretty much stick anything in there. There's some bad dude or dudette, as they say, and you could even give some cover, so it's not just like, okay, you doddering old crazy ice cream man, you stole from a magic person. It could be that they just discovered these things growing, and their properties, but it's like, yeah, but like that's not growing there on accident. That's where that's cultivated by this nefarious person, witch or wizard, and stumbled into their territory on accident, I guess. And that would be a fun, like I think a fun sort of trope to play on with the players, if there can be time stamped. Thanks, Millen. I'll need to remember to go back and throw in a chapter select for that one. Imagine a twist where the ice cream man didn't know that for these ingredients the fertilizer needed is people. Oh no. Oh no. He's like, I had no idea. No, I can... Here, how about this? Let's riff on that idea. He doesn't realize that by using those ingredients, the people tasting it experience those memories, but the memories are also sort of given to the witch or the wizard. That's what he doesn't realize. So he's doing it, and people like don't realize how this is sort of feeding, because like you don't want a witch to know very much about you. So what happens, like, not only then that family could be under threat, but everybody that lives there, right, could have trouble. I think a really fun adventure design is like a family that either the players are invested in from like a roleplay perspective, like they just like these characters, or this family has money, like they take a job. It's a fun sort of trope to be like, yeah, this family is beset by curses and trouble based on this source of this threat, this witch. Can you help us out, so that the players have to sort of uncover what did this family do to piss off these other people, like what's the conflict, and sorting out the ethics of it, I think is a fun type of adventure to introduce. Rat milk. Yeah. Oh, totally. Yeah, this is a fun one for sure. See, this is why you guys keep coming back, right? It's because of forever TTRPG game brain. Every single idea that's thrown out, it's like, well, sure, we can make that into we can make some plot hooks for that. Here, let's give it 10 minutes and see what we can come up with. It could be small or big. I'm not sure that small or big is the right way to talk about it. I think it should be fitting for I guess the concept. So like in the example that we just talked about, the players would probably take the quest because like the family or even the town is offering like money, right? Obviously the players are always going to be like leveling up. That's sort of an inherent thing to the process. So we don't, that on its own isn't enough. The players could spend their time doing anything. Story development is also going to be a reward. Information, magic items, gold. Matisse is totally right. There could also be something that helping a particular family or a town opens up, right? It could be that, well, we realize that you want help from our town in fighting this force that the king has sent you on this mission for, but we can't do that. We're dealing with this trouble in our own backyard. So now the quest, I guess that's morphing it more into the main quest, but it could just propel the plot forward. That's another one. Sometimes it's fun, and this situation would be a funny one because the players could find themselves in a situation where, let's say they're helping the farmer, and they go to confront the witch, and the witch is like, listen, I don't mean these people any harm, but I'm the one who was stolen from. So where's my justice? And you could literally give them like a Telltale Games-esque thing where it's like, are you going to help the witch in this case, or are you going to help the town or help this farmer? And sometimes I've done it where it's like you can lay out for the players, like, if you help the town, you're going to get this benefit. But if you help the witch, well, it couldn't hurt to have a witch on your side, right? Maybe screw that town. Or maybe you do the best that you can and the town never finds out that you actually like arrange things for the witch to be more satisfied than the town, and maybe they get screwed a little bit down the road. Your players would help the witch. I mean, isn't that more... I mean, I feel like offering that kind of choice is really interesting because of course the players know that they should. They know that they know that they should not help the witch, but how many opportunities are you ever going to get to help a witch? You kind of have to try it once, right? Yeah, moral dilemmas for sure. Especially when they aren't like really kind of... Moral dilemmas don't always have to be the most serious thing. Like what we're describing about the effectively like haunted ice cream and the witch that is ticked off for being wronged by a farmer. This is probably not the most dire of circumstances, but you know what? Somebody's got to sort out who's right and who's wrong. And I think if you gave the players that situation, you'd be entertained for at least a good half hour or more, seeing the players debate who between the two of the parties is right versus wrong. I know I've seen my players argue over dumber things than that. Matisse, I appreciate the assist. No, I mean, honestly, like, we also did, I don't know how many of you would have seen there's a stream from probably earlier in the year at this point. I don't remember exactly when I did it, but it's called Every Mini is a Character. And it's basically taking, like, my favorite way to approach painting miniatures is that I spend the time painting them, thinking about the story behind them. And so turning that into a stream, you know, we spent 2 or 3 hours at least, I think, that night, like, naming this character, thinking about, like, their backstory, came up with a lot of amazing stuff, and, like, that could very easily become, like, and what we're talking about here with this, like, finding a mini, painting it up, fleshing out all of this stuff, and creating, like, every NPC that's introduced. Like, granted, not everyone has to have a mini. That's just maybe that's just me. I like everything to have minis if I can. But every character is a potential plot hook. Every single one is a side quest. And if we have these ideas and we just kind of pepper the world with them, you can create a really dense, small starting town where literally whoever you connect with and talk to could spin off into something else. And, like, that's a really interesting idea, you know. And not everything has to be a big epic something. Sometimes these can just be, you know, these are just their stories. These are just the things that they're looking for. You can even kind of, like, Millen, you could have a more generic vendor request, which is that, like, there are a couple of vendors who are all asking for assistance because this weekend they're going to basically restock on lumber or fish, or they're hunting, and they, you know, have heard about there being danger in the woods, and so maybe 3 different vendors are basically asking for the team to, or the party to help protect them. And that could basically be largely the same adventure in the woods, but they're picking who they want to help, right? Exactly, Matisse. So imagine sort of a PDF that is centered around an NPC character. Sorry, that's redundant. A non-playable character who's got a name, and basically, like, initially this is how they get described to the players. Like, treat a character like a plot hook, so that if the players go, I don't really care for that name or that description or that quirk, like, that was demonstrated, it's like, okay, well, then they don't snatch that hook. But if they do engage with that NPC, now you can go, like, okay, well, here's a little bit more information about them. And actually, if you really engage, there's this whole, like, some NPCs could have like full adventure arcs behind them, right? At that point, we're sort of playing off of, I think, video game tropes a little bit, where it's like, depending on which one of these other characters you interact with, like, a lot of stuff could change. I think so. And then we take that idea and we have them all exchanging letters, and then that's how we kick off a campaign, is by dumping a bunch of mail like Santa Fred the Ice Cream Man. May have to work on the name, but I like the concept. Names are hard, though. Never start with a name. So that's another example of a type of stream that I want to bring back after the craziness of this project is behind us. Freddy it is. You know what? When you nail it, you nail it. How's it going, Noel? Thanks for dropping in. Always good to see you. Exactly, Millen. Until players engage, don't spend time beyond a vague concept. So like if you're sitting down to flesh out a starting town, maybe you have 20 NPCs. That might be too much, that might be too little. It just depends on your game. So let's say you create 10 named NPCs, and those are basically like Fred, comma farmer, comma, and then just a single phrase that as long as you know that it connects to an idea that you would want to further develop, you know that you're only going to need to ever do one of those things at once. And then your session design strategy is make sure that sort of decision, the decision to go into the void, that happens kind of at the end of the session. So like my players know that I only plan out a session in advance, and they direct the direction of the adventures. And the trade-off for that is that I'm like, basically at the end of a session, they have to commit and tell me what they're going to do the next session. I don't like, and at this point I really kind of refuse to go into a session going like, oh shoot, I have to plan for 4 different possibilities of a decision. It's like, no. Everybody's going to make that decision together now, so I know what to prep for. And I think that sort of like back and forth, that honesty with players is really productive. All right, enjoy your bean water. Noel, you can take solace in the fact that we were all just talking about how exciting it will be to bring back the Every Mini as a Character stream. We just actually kind of drafted out a farmer ice cream magical flavor witch scenario that would fit perfectly into one of those streams. Shark, I'm trying to make a campaign involved around time and dimension where old player characters come back and the players have to fight their old PC. That's super cool. Glad to hear it, Millen. Thanks for hanging out. Awesome. Hey, what's up, Vin? Vinny Magus? Okay. Can I call you Vin? Well, welcome to the stream. Thanks for checking it out. Star-Lord? Hey, I'll take it. If I can get some of those rocket boots, especially, and who would I pick? Is the tree the best companion, or would it be the raccoon? I mean, I suppose the raccoon would be necessary to build the rocket boots. Videos have inspired me to be more of a crafter, having a closer relationship with pencil and paper, and asking my preteen kid to paint my 30-year-old mini. She nailed it. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you, Vin. Those are all awesome things. I'm glad that the channel could help, or that the videos and stuff could contribute in that way. That means a lot to me. Aw, thanks. Thanks, Vin. That's awesome. First quest set from 2E. Holy cow. That's amazing. Never thought you're gonna use them. That's so cool. I bet those look great, honestly. Like, they probably have a classic look about them. So cool. Plastic, well injected, good final results, even better after painted. Well, shoot, that's great. Vin, if you're here, I'll just drop one in either way. If you're a Discord type of person or not, this goes for anybody hanging out in the stream. Yeah, I agree with Matisse. That'd be super cool to see. It's not that often we get to look at kind of older classic minis like that. I got it. I'm learning, Matisse. Oh, that's amazing. So cool. Hey, thanks, Vin. I'm biased, but I think it's a pretty cool group overall. Glad you joined. Look forward to chatting with you more. Working on props based on your visit and the fact that she's super artsy. Your recent Thieves props were amazing. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Vin. That's the goal, right? To be sort of providing stuff like that. See you, Noel. Until next time, have a good day. Matisse, I was thinking that NPC concept could also work really well for your reels, like do small NPC reel to tell. Yeah, especially I think the reason that I held back is because stay hydrated, good call. I definitely was thinking that about gosh, what was his name? The first we made a dwarven wizard. And with a really cool backstory and really cool sort of like character stuff. And I want to do exactly what you're talking about, and I have that sort of drafted. But I was thinking, man, it'd be a bummer to do that without having the follow-ups, two key follow-ups. One being like there's more content like this, so like continuing to do that type of stream and make that type of stuff. And also, I think it's a really good opportunity to, like you were suggesting, make either free or very low bar entry kind of PDFs, like PDFs and sort of making downloads out of that kind of stuff would be smart for me to do. And whether or not they end up basically just like I say, free to low tier stuff, I think that's where they fall. And so I was like, okay, I need to do that, and then that sort of was superseded by this current project. But I think it's going to come back around because I think it's another it's another really cool thing and a really cool avenue to play with. Like yeah, so totally agree with you. Like, I love that line of thought, and I've considered it myself too. Could be a fun way to reach also like different types of, it's a different type of content. It's more character focused, which I think is a really interesting thing to do, more than being sort of like puzzle or mechanic or craft focused. I could see people that are even just players being really interested in the character work, because like as much as it, like that's the other piece of that, right? Every mini is a character. Like this, an NPC that could also work as a number of different sort of backgrounds, or like to flesh out an actual player character, which is a fun way to do it. Maybe it could come up with some stats and stuff like this. Yeah, I think you're probably right. It doesn't have to have everything else. I just, I agree. Starting small and iterating is important. And the best is the enemy of done or doing, progress, whatever you want to call it, perfection. Exactly. Perfection is the enemy of good, yes. Or complete, or first draft. That's the key with so much of this stuff. Yeah, I think so. Well, that, I mean, I wouldn't want to be too perfect about it, so I said it before I was sure what I was saying. Done, exactly. Well, I also believe that, like, like all of this, I know that all of this work for all of these puzzles has been, I've pushed it farther than I should for a first or even a second iteration, because none of this has been play tested. That's what's insane about it. I think it's still worth doing. Like, I'm glad that I did it. But going forward, when I start to sort of revise this process into something that's more sustainable, let's say, the first step is always going to be, what is the smallest functional playable thing to then go playtest a couple times. Because until any of these ideas, just like we know, like running stuff at the table, right? Until anything hits players, we don't know if it's good or bad. Like, we can have a good suspicion about it, but like, And so that's I think also the biggest cost to like perfecting something or pushing things too far, is that you miss those rounds of feedback that you can get from running it, and you get too attached to it, and it becomes too much a thing, and you need ideas to be malleable until they are until they get beat up a little bit. Yeah, you're right, and it's also like each of these ideas I've put into play, I've put into place somehow with players before. It's not like a brand new idea, so it's not completely starting from nowhere. Like it's a fine position to be in, but it even just getting that validation would be a good practice. Creating and crafting are hobbies in themselves. Absolutely, Vin. Totally, 100%. I agree. To slice them up. Oh man, 10 plus days straight on stream for nothing. Oh, Matisse, that's awesome. And what are you thinking? No, I'm just kidding. It's cool that people like that. I mean, I know that I've benefited a ton from. So like, I started streaming about a year and a half ago. Not here. And kind of in fits and starts. And then I did streaming on YouTube for the first time officially at the beginning of this year in January, and I did it for a few weeks, and then kind of absolutely, Vin, prepping is playing. Yep, there's a certain game aspect to all of this, but the killer for me, or the thing that really cemented what streaming is for me, is that I used to think of streaming as like, I've got to like start a project on stream. I can't like pick up a project on stream. I've got to complete this project before I go on to this next project. I was looking at streaming as being kind of like videos, but this stream is not about that. And once I sort of adjusted to say, this stream is just a sort of creative space where I work on whatever I'm working on. So I kind of reconfigured how I was doing streaming and simplified it so that basically I only have to do a couple of things and I'm instantly streaming whatever I'm working on. And now streaming is sort of in line with my like daily, it's like it's my religion, is making something every day, and it's doing that via the stream. And that pattern has been like, I know it's helping like my mental health. I know it makes me happier. It's rewarding, and it feels like things are really happening, and I think it's proven out by some of the responses for sure. A lot of the stuff moving forward I've had in my mind for like almost 2 years. So I still don't know what this streaming stuff is, but I'm all in for the foreseeable future. Doing everything I can not to miss a day, because I think that this, like I said, this pattern is a good thing, whatever it is. I'm gonna keep it going. I think we're like 33 days straight streaming, so the streak is strong. The streak continues. I'm convinced. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, so much of it too, right, is that I mean, to be fair, I'm still, this is all still a bit of an experiment, because I've had a lot of these like, ooh, I'd like to make products, I'd like to make stuff that other people could use in their games. I've had that in my head. I had that in my head before I started posting a single video last year. Because I knew I liked making things, and I knew that I wanted to make more things. But I had to find people. So the big grand experiment of streaming this past month has been me going like, and I'm sure you guys can relate to this to a certain extent. If I'm like, well, if I'm gonna make something and put it out into the world, I have to kind of like, I have to hold that back until it's ready. And the gamble of this month has been like, no, here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to expose everything about the product. I'm gonna design everything on stream. Collaborate with you guys on it. I am going to basically provide a blueprint whereby anybody could make all of this stuff, and never give me a dime for it. And that's a huge risk that a lot like that like I especially like in the past when I thought that there was some sort of, I needed to kind of go into the lab, make some stuff, come out and show it. This is a very sort of vulnerable process to be like kind of making it along the way, but central to the idea, or what works about this, I think, and what's so exciting to me is that the streaming space and the Discord and the community. Exactly, Matisse. That's all I'm trying to get to. No, the like this, what this space represents is actually quite a bit different than what those other spaces are, whether it's like posting videos and comments and people, watching stuff that I put out there. This is a very unique space. And also, like, nobody's gonna go sift through 100+ hours of how something was designed. I mean, somebody might, and good for them, but like, there's just almost no threat to doing and exposing this entire process. Like, I think it's actually there's a huge amount more to gain from, I think, the very first day, and this was before all of you guys were really on stream. The very first day I was streaming, and I was like, okay, this might have been, what did I start working on? I think I was outline. It was the first night where I'd made the arrangement to like, I'm going to try to send these puzzles to this camp. And I pulled up the stream and was basically like, let's outline these puzzles and how they could function as modules and how they could connect to one another and all this stuff. And almost immediately people coming into the stream were like, hey, so have you written books? Like, hey, so have you is this like a, and at that point I demonstrated no like skill. I've not put anything out. I've never published anything for TTRPG stuff, but it's so rare to like do things like, it's like watching somebody, it's like watching somebody paint live. It's like you see the skill, right? Like it's different. It's a different experience than like looking at a painting that somebody's already made. So all that to say that I'm not sure what all of the streaming stuff is, but I know that it's definitely beneficial. I love that people can learn stuff and pull stuff out and hang out and brainstorm and talk and contribute, and we can end up with something that is different than what everybody would have come up with on their own. Like that, I'm all about that. And it's also exciting because this is not really a type of stream that exists very many places. Typically, if people are streaming, like this is not a, I mean, maybe we'll see where it goes. I've only been really doing it seriously for a month. We'll see where, 6 months or a year where we are. But this is not really what anybody would recommend if you're going to do stream. Like, don't do this. Bob Ross, great point. Yeah. Because this doesn't have like a mass appeal necessarily. But I think the individual impact, like it's really fun. And I hope it never changes. Like I love that somebody can pop onto the chat and we're just talking as though like, it's as though you're across the table or whatever, and having that connection is super cool. More so than if it was like hundreds of people watching, Good call. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a teaching. I've also heard it like described by some folks in chat as like there's like a doubling effect. Like it's easier to work on stuff when there's another person also working. For your sanity, I can relate to. I know what you're talking about. Hopefully for you, it does go that direction. From my experience, it doesn't always change very quickly, but hopefully, I know that. Yeah, I hear all that. Yes. You have my sympathies. So, it's a good call. So the letter, I already got, so the spacing of the letters works for the puzzles to become clear. Also, like discoloration of certain letters, I've planned that out. So this is technically ready. But once I get the initial template done, I don't want to ruin this, because this is sort of going to be the base plate for all of the work. So the thing that I can't do though is easily transfer this onto the thicker sheets that I've been using. I guess that's 2, but even 1. Like I can't trace through it, or even get any sense of it through this thicker paper. So by tracing it onto this and then cutting out every other line, I basically create an overlay. And this is how I made all the other letters, so that I can put it on a page sized the same, and I know that as long as I follow this flow, it's going to generally line up correctly. Because spacing, if I just go in, like if I was making one of these for my table only, then I'd probably just sort of like YOLO, risk it, and try to like write one out and make it all work. But I want to reasonably give myself a template I can follow to make a handful of these as often as I want to. And so making this template actually kind of gives me that framework. So it's basically like a plate that I can put over a piece of paper and then follow that. It's tedious, but once I have it pumping out these handwritten letters, it's actually not too painful. I mean, I guess it's all relative, right? So that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm cutting out every other line. To sort of give myself a guide for writing it all out. Sort of means that every letter that gets added, there's always there's sort of a tax on it because I've got to do all of this extra legwork. But it means that recreating it from that template shouldn't be that big of a deal. Sort of making it color by numbers, especially the less I have to worry about when it comes to actually writing the final version of it, because there's so many different, I'm gonna have to switch between different pens to get different colors for different letters, and there's enough for me to think about without. I mean, that's totally fair. And there's, I think, inevitably going to be a version of this. Like, honestly, even what I send, I was thinking about this as I'm beginning to sort of package these things and get them ready to ship out. I'm probably am going to take the handwritten stuff and do a couple of copies, like printed copies, right, to size, almost like a teacher's handouts type of thing, because I imagine a lot of these, the fun will be people getting to draw on them, and if there's just that one original copy, that's going to be tough. So like tossing in some like printed handoutable versions of these would help, just for like at the table sanity, and like everybody wants to read it and pass it around, but also like if we're going to be figuring out and decoding this, it's like giving people destructible versions. I mean, I might not do that for everybody, because it's like, well, just like scan and print or do whatever prep you want. But since I know where this is going to go be used, I'll probably throw in some stuff like that just to help those DMs out a little bit, take one step out of their prep process. I think so. I was thinking even the same thing with not the riddle stones, because those are sort of tactile, like the tactile sharing pieces, I think, where it's fun. But even potentially for the tiles, the trap tiles, because people, may want to like study those in front of them. So having that orientation, maybe something that like a DM could tape together or something. Hey, Purple Boy, thanks for checking in. We're just doing some letter crafting. How are you? It's all good. Appreciate you stopping by. Always good to hear from you. I know it's late for anybody in the U.S. I guess anybody that's not West Coast. West Coast probably wouldn't care too much. mean, case in point on that, the collaborative nature of these things that we were just talking about, these 2 letters were not part of the plan. These 2 letters basically came about due to conversations with the group, with the Discord, with the streaming chat. And it's like, okay, you know what? Twist my arm. Let's toss in a couple more of these. You know, why not? What's the big deal? What's a couple nights crafting amongst friends? Okay. So I never mentioned this, but one of the things that I did was Kai writes in all caps. So does Kai's father, and I think the Kai's highlighting was black to blue, and I think his dad's will be from blue, and then the letters in black, with also like a more careful writing, so it's almost like a younger version of like he's sort of trying to follow in. Even at whatever age he's at, he still kind of takes those cues. So that little reference is intentional. Let's see. I'm also looking at, like, I want to make sure that everything is distinct and doesn't feel samey between the different letters. So that's one thing that I'm looking at right now, just to make sure that when I pick colors and papers and stuff like that, that it all stands out separately. So apart from the initial letter, there's sort of an intentional, like, there's sort of a desaturation of the paper color. It's a tiny little thing, but like it hopefully, you know, it's like things get more and more intense for Thorn. You know, Thorn's maybe a little bit brighter and more excited here, and then as things get worse, not so much. I think that, let's see here. What do I have? Probably using this, like, assuming that the blue will show up well on this paper, I think using that is nice. And then this for the villain, this is kind of dry, kind of unemotional paper. I know I'm probably reading too much into it, but it feels good when it all seems like there's a reason and it's not just sort of haphazardly thrown together. Now, sticking to these decisions will also depend on whether I get it right the first time, because I'm not even sure I have backup sheets of some of this, so I'll have to fall back on other creative decisions if I screw these up as I create them. But it's a good place to start. And then we'll just see where it goes. Blue ink would get a little dark. Well, yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, I'll cut it down. If I have to swap them, it's not the biggest deal. Right? Like, I don't mind it. Because also this is going to have blue and black ink, which itself need to be differentiated for the puzzle to work, and that might just be too many color combinations. But I should have cutoffs of these when I cut them, that I can test that out before I actually commit. So that's what I'll do next, is cut down the correct sizes. And now it died. Good call. I don't actually remember either. Yeah, I don't remember. Cloaked with a smile and warm embrace. It's not me you'll see, but what you'll face. Truth will come as time passes by beneath the charm. Is it like, to follow my guess from before, cloaked with a smile and warm embrace, is it like a truth will come as time passes by? Is it some sort of like a puzzle? Beneath the charm deceit will lie, or even like it could be like a crafted, it could be literally like a handmade puzzle. I think that's the only guess I have. But that's probably not it. Not exactly. Yep, that's what I figured. Oh, I've pieced that much together. I think that's actually okay. Oops, sorry, keep it in the light. If on camera it's possible to see the difference, then I think to the naked eye it'll be clear enough. So cool. So that paper I think will work. Obviously, if any player is like, when it comes to like color based, the answer for this one is betrayal. Oh, I see what you're saying, because we were writing like the villain's letter. That's clever. That's smart. I get it now. Now I get it. Yeah, obviously baking any sort of like color differentiation puzzle is gonna be a downer for anybody colorblind at the table. I'm not sure that there's a great solution. I think it's something I want to think about in the future. Yeah, probably I just need to learn about different types of color blindness and how to avoid the most common ones, but it's not going to get rid of the problem, but hopefully lessen it. something I think about. You know, when I don't know who's going to be at the table. Let's see. Let's actually... Ooh, no, there's one other test I should probably do. Get this scrap back out. This will be an interesting one. I think I tested this concept with this paper like this at some point. Okay. Just so that you guys can see here. I wanted to make sure that that would show through, because this is how the villain. Okay, cool. So that won't be a complete and terrible waste of time. Let's start with the villain. See what this takes. I've done this enough times now. Make sure I put the right words. Right. I guess that's the wrong one. All right, no problem. Happy to see you tomorrow. Coming back for the show. Wish you a good stream, and I will meet again. Oh no. You know what? I appreciate the effort in rhyming your non-riddle outro. See you, Matisse. Till next time. Bye-bye. so quickly. See you, Leaf. Hey, is it Nodal? Or I want to make sure I get your name right. Welcome to the stream. Can I have a quick recap of everything related to the paper so far, like the story of the NPCs and how, what that affects? I don't have time to watch every stream, but I still want to know about it. Absolutely, yeah, I don't mind at all. Basically, the story of these characters. So it's all told through these letters, and basically the first one that the players find, there's the first exchange they find is a back and forth between two siblings where the one is seemingly a retired thief and the other is still in the business and trying to basically tempt their sibling Kai. So this is written from Kai's perspective. This is the one that came from Thorn. And so Thorn is trying to get Kai to basically come help to collect this loot, collect some treasure that, based on the letter, is so big that they can't even carry it out on their own. So hopefully that, for the players, like, perks their ears up and they go, okay, well, maybe we can step in there and steal some treasure. There are also sort of encoded references to some magic items that basically, if the players follow up on the locations mentioned in these letters, there's also a map of where the treasure is located. Basically, there's every hook possible to try to get the players motivated to both figure out the secret messages in them, but also to follow up and go to the next location. If they do, the next letter they find, based on the instructions in that, the still active thief sibling has asked the one in retirement to meet them at a particular inn. So the players go to that inn and basically ask about it, and it turns out that person, Thorn, hasn't come back in a week, and their bill is unpaid, and if the players will pay their bill, then they're given access to the room, or the players could sneak in. But if they do, they find another addressed envelope. This one, without an address, because it was left for the sibling to find. Obviously, the players are sort of taking on that role now. There's also a bunch of magic items left behind from their father in the room. That was one of the things that was mentioned or hinted at in the secret message. And in this one, Thorn, writing to Kai, Thorn basically explains that, okay, things are a little bit dicey in these catacombs where the treasure's located. Thorn realizes they're being a little bit risky, but at the same time, like, the call of the treasure is speaking to them, and they also kind of reflect on, I think it's this one, it might be in the next letter, but I think they sort of reflect on some of their childhood together and how, finding this treasure is key. This was Dad's last job. Mom didn't want us to be in this life anymore, so she'd be ecstatic that you're retired, but I still believe in it. You know what? Basically, screw you. I'm not waiting any longer. I'm going to go take care of it myself. So that's Thorn's letter here that basically indicates that they went solo to go retrieve this treasure that they found. And it's been a little while. There's also a hidden message in this that if the players follow it, where is it? It could lead them to basically a journal left behind by Thorn to basically help their kind of retired thieving sibling get back into the world. Like, this is almost like it's like a travel journal with some hints at what's going on and sort of the background of the Thorn character. Sort of an optional thing, but I think it could be really fun, especially if these characters are going to stick around in the story in any way. But presumably the players will, like, go through these magic items magic throwing knives, some armor, some things that once belonged to a powerful rogue, a thief, their father, and likely the players then will head off to the catacombs. And when they get to the catacombs, they'll find this letter sort of knifed to the entrance of the catacombs, a haphazard note written to Kai from Thorn, and basically the note says, in short, like, forget this place. I'm barely escaping with my life. The Fey enchantment here is crazy. Like, they can keep the treasure. I'm giving up. Don't come after me, basically. And on this one, the hidden message, if the players find it, because there's sort of been these hidden messages all along, and they get a little bit harder. And on this one, if they find the hidden message, it says, basically, sorry for being dramatic, but hopefully this threw anybody else off the trail. I made it out. I did lose the decoder, though, which is the first mention of a decoder to the players. And it says, but otherwise I left you half. Love you, loser, basically. There's some affection there. And that sort of secret message reveals to the players. Now, they may go into the catacombs on their own to try to search for the treasure if they don't see the secret message. But if they do, now they're thinking like, okay, so there's still half the treasure, and maybe we can pick up this person's trail. And it sounds like they had a run-in with some danger in there. They actually lost maybe a pack. Let's go try to track that down. If they do track it down, then they will find these kind of decoder panels. There's a series of them, and they actually reveal another layer of hidden messages that's been going on between these letters the whole time. So if they now they're in the thick of the catacombs. They're fighting through, trying to find this treasure. If they take, though, these panels and they put the letters kind of behind them, they'll box out certain words. And in the case of the first letter, the message says, this was the letter that said, I've got Dad's stuff for you. Come to the inn where I'm staying, and you can have them. The hidden message says, hey, but don't use Dad's stuff. It's cursed. So this may, at this point, the players, I imagine, like, having been using the items, high-fiving, like, look at all this free magic stuff we found. Okay, some of them are now cursed. Kind of a little light jab, but also an indication that there are things that these thieves are sending to one another that only they can decode, because only they have this type of tool. The hidden message that's in the unfinished letter from Kai that the players picked up, if they do this, aside from the obvious one, like they could have figured out that one already, but with the tool they can read that it's actually an affectionate note back saying, you don't have to prove anything, you're better than Dad or myself, like I trust you to handle this on your own. The hidden message on this one is which one was it? Let me try to remember. This the hidden message on this one. This was the one that they picked up at the tavern, or sorry, at the inn. This was the one with all the magic stuff that indicated the location of the journal. And the last layered message here is, hey, don't waste your time inside the catacombs, dummy. Which the players might go, uh-oh. It says, you're basically, things are going to get worse for you the longer you're in there. So the players are likely decoding this in the catacombs, because that's where they had to go to get the decoder. So now if they go to translate or go to pull out the secret message of the very last one, they're thinking, okay, so what actually is going on here? And the decoder on this message reveals basically here's the actual hidden way to find the buried treasure that directs them to where to get the half that was left for the other sibling. So I'm obviously skipping a bunch of details there as to how mechanically some of that comes out and the actual contents of the letters. There's a lot of sort of little tidbits written into those. The letters that I'm making right now are really more for like kind of at the tail end of all of that. One of these is a letter left by the dad in the treasure, because it turns out he did find it and he left the treasure for the kids to find. And the other is a letter from a potential villain that a DM could use that has basically been waiting for this treasure and sort of manipulating the main NPC Thorn to to sort of find it for them. So that's kind of a mile high overview of how that stuff works, and then there's lots of little kind of subtleties baked into it. There's a timeline, and my plan is to make all of this available to folks somehow, and hopefully it'll make it into some people's games, because I think it, like, I haven't run this, just been designing it, but I'm excited to run it. I'll definitely use it in my games. So yeah, hopefully that helps. If you have any questions about it, feel free, because I can go into more detail on any of it. But it's a lot. It's kind of a lot to walk through, because what started as like, oh, this is a simple puzzle. It's like, actually, this is sort of like an entire arc to an adventure. This could take weeks to actually fully play out in a game, which is kind of cool. So yeah. It really depends. This puzzle I would not think could be completed as like a one shot. I wouldn't suggest that. Hey, thanks, Vin. No problem. Hopefully there's more succinct versions of all of this stuff eventually that's made available, because I know that it's a lot to walk through and a lot to keep straight and a lot of characters and blah blah blah. If I was using this in my game, I would anticipate, to get the most fun and sort of value out of the time invested, to have all this stuff. See you, Vin. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time. I would probably be very satisfied to provide like one of those handouts, one set of handouts to players, at like 4 sessions in a row. Like, that would be a very satisfying, like, there's going to be enough for them to explore, enough for them to do. That's kind of what I would think. I think it's probably not the main course of all of that. There's other stuff going on. Like, it's all made to be modular, so the DM can sort of determine the town that's the location of all of this. The map of the catacombs is very small and restricted in space, so it could be plopped in anywhere. And my hope is that it would help motivate characters in a direction that the game is already headed. So it's like, hey, not only do we have all these other reasons to head, west, but now we also have to go to this place because there's some treasure and some magic that we can scoop up because we were so clever. We found this letter and have decoded what it says, and like, we're so smart. That's sort of the, I think, ideal experience. And I would say that would probably be 3 or 4 sessions at least, depending on the pace. The players could obviously pick this stuff up and not engage with it for a couple weeks, and then be like, hey, let's go after this quest now. So really, in terms of how long it takes, it really depends on the group, I think. Yeah, it's not my full. It's not my full time. No, it's something that it's sort of become my hobby. And I think with a lot of this stuff, I wouldn't be upset. Like I'm definitely going to try to spin it into sort of a side gig at the very least, right? Like I think that I think there's enough stuff I've been making that people are interested in that I want to try to see where it can go. But no, I have a full time job apart from this. This is just something I love to do. I run a couple games a week for friends, and then I make some videos. And now I guess I'm a streamer, but this certainly isn't how. This is more for the passion of it than anything else. Hey, Cash. Thanks for checking out the stream. Welcome. By the way, guys, let me drop in before I forget. We have a Discord if you guys like all this stuff, and it's a small group. We sort of add folks to the Discord slowly. But if you guys like the stream and hang out here, then you'll probably like that. Sorry, what'd you say? What gives you inspiration for things like this and the puzzles you make, and how do you plot them? I certainly like puzzles. I think that my inspiration is it's sort of like it's sort of an extension of the inspiration and the motivation behind being a dungeon master. Being a dungeon master is sort of like being a party planner, right? We want to, or at least the way I view it, is trying to create an environment where cool things can happen, right? That doesn't mean that, people come to your party and you start telling them what to do. That's not a fun party. But you're trying to set everything up so that the most fun can be had in the most interesting way. And that's I think a decent metaphor, or I guess a decent analogy for being a dungeon master. Similarly, when I craft a puzzle, I'm thinking about both what would make sense in the world, because I don't really like puzzles that are detached from the world that they're a part of. Like, puzzles should be a little bit more work than that to be a good puzzle, and I've certainly used sort of cheap puzzle ideas all over the place. I get it. It's useful. But really good stuff is a lot more engaging. And similar to the party planning idea, I want to try to create a moment where somebody feels like, like Indiana Jones, like lining up the staff of Ra or whatever, and the light shines through and they see the location that everybody else missed. Like, actually kind of holding the puzzles and piecing it together and being like the one to solve it. I realize not every player all the time is going to be the one that's able to experience that. But to have that moment in a game, I think is going to, like, you're going to always remember that type of thing. So I like putting in puzzles, even if they are sometimes on the trickier side of things. I try to structure them so that there's sort of, you're not missing out on fun necessarily. Like, it's not like you're having a bad time. If you can't solve this, then there's nothing else here. Like, these letters tell an interesting story, even if you don't ever notice the encoded messages. But if you notice the encoded messages, you learn more and hopefully have more fun, right? And in terms of the plotting, it just kind of comes from a place of like, okay, if this puzzle were to exist, why? It's always about the why. This whole thing really began from the idea that, like, what if two people were sending encoded messages back to each other via the post, right? What if they were sending letters and they were encoded? And then it goes to like, okay, well, why? Okay, well, in this case, and I think there are a lot of answers to that, this answer was, let's say there were two thieves and they were talking about a treasure. So they're going to encode that message back and forth just in case if anybody happens upon them. And so then the players happen upon this exchange. And are the players clever enough to see the way that these people talk to each other? And that's why, plotting-wise, like, it's sort of teased out where there's sort of a first layer, but every one of the letters actually has a second layer that you actually need a physical secondary prop to actually fully decode, because... And the reason for having that, and the justification, and why we create that prop, or that sort of that extra tool, there's a bunch of these panels, is because that's the only way you could ever actually be sure, right? Like, you could do a thing where it's like, okay, I'm gonna make this puzzle, or I'm gonna encode a message with every capitalized word or every capitalized letter in this letter. Yeah, but like, that's discoverable and people could find that, and that's fine for like a little bit of a message. But if you've really got something important to say, I have this tool and I know the person I'm sending it to has this tool, and that's where I'm going to put the really secretive stuff. So sort of the plot sometimes derives from like, well, what would make it fun to have multiple layers of a puzzle? So, okay, or multiple layers of a hidden message. So then what kind of messages are those? And then basically writing the letter and the secret messages and then sort of discovering the plot kind of all happens together because, well, the first letter, if there's going to be a secret that can be decoded, there should be a benefit to the players for that. So the secret should probably be, I guess, about a magic item. Okay, well, what kind of magic item would these two thieves be talking about? And then it's like, well, okay, if they're siblings, then it's probably about their family. It's probably about like their father. And then that kind of sort of one decision leads to the next, and all of a sudden there's this story tied fairly tightly to the puzzle and the revelations that feels all very tightly interwoven, when really it's just because they kind of clicked into place because they were necessary to make it all work. And then obviously it gets fleshed out with, you know, hopefully the letter doesn't look like there's an obvious encoded message in it, right? Like that's the, and it feels like something that's actually conveying, you know, when writing these, there's sort of some goals for each letter. Like every letter should answer a question and provide a new question, right? We want just reading the letters to be interesting because it's actually conveying information and telling a story diegetically. But obviously there's got to be more than that. So yeah, it's a process. And I'm not saying that this is, you know, what has come together here is like a perfect form of it or anything like that. But it's play testable, you know, see what players think, see how much they engage with it. I know that a lot of the folks in the Discord and on stream have really become attached to these characters. There are people designing STLs and like writing fan fiction and stuff like that, which is totally wild to see happen. But it tells me that like, okay, there's something about this process and creating stuff this way that is engaging, you know. How do we go about introducing it? So the approach that I choose to take, or that I would recommend for this stuff, like the first handout for a puzzle like this. Sorry, I'm sorting through a box of goodies over here to find. So the first handout for this, and there are a lot of hooks, a lot of justifications as to how this could happen, but the players would basically find this, and I'd hand this to them. I'd answer their questions if they had any, but largely like the prop should speak for itself at that point. So you find this, and this, I would tell them like this looks to be like a damaged piece of something. It's like broken off. It's kind of a thin wood panel, and there's some kind of buckling in the corner. It's unclear what this is. And they go, okay, weird. And then there's a letter, 2 letters. Well, okay, right off the bat, even with your party, let's say, I'd think most parties are probably going to notice, hey, there's something strange about this letter. Why are all those words highlighted in different colors, right? So the very first encoded message is sort of like, is sort of an intro. But what it conveys, hopefully, to them is that there are secret messages in these letters, right? Now they're thinking about that. Then they look at this other letter, and obviously the one comes before the other, but they can figure all that out. They open up this other envelope, and they find, okay, here's another letter from another character, and, oh, interesting, there's a map, looks like to a dungeon of some sort. That could be interesting. And they might look at this letter and they go, huh, well, okay, this one doesn't have any highlighted words, so I guess there's no secret here. But probably at least one of the players is going to go, well, wait a minute, some of the capitalization in here is really strange. Like, why aren't they capitalizing certain words? Let's look at that and see if there's a message there. So to some extent, it's sort of trying to sort of pull them in. And both of these first messages, they're encoded. What's encoded in them is directly talking about magic items that the party can find, which is usually a good motivator in my experience for the players going like, oh, there's free stuff, let's go snatch that up, because we want the players to be pretty quickly rewarded. So this one, for instance, references an ever-reaching gloves that if the players try can, you know, again, my recommendation to a DM running this is that they can basically find this before they even leave town to go investigate this other letter. Like there's an immediate reward for engaging with the puzzle. It's not just like, oh, we learned the story. Like the story's there too. There's a whole story here to uncover about these characters and how things are the way that they are for them. But we want there to be an actual sort of benefit, because every table is going to have, you know, maybe 1 or 2 if you're lucky people who are like, I'm the puzzle person, I love this, and that's great. You're also going to have people that are like, puzzle's fine. I don't really care. Let them have their fun. Ooh, but there's magic items. I want one of those, right? So there's hopefully something to pull everybody along a little bit. And I think this kind of stuff is best included as an additional sort of side quest that's in the direction that the party's already going anyway. Like if they're sort of talking about heading west and going to this next town, the DM should take the inn that's teased as like a place that the next letter could be found, and the magic items could be found. Put that in that town, right? So now they have extra justification. Hey, we'll stop off there on the way, right? This is very much while we're doing other stuff, let's also be investigating this sort of distraction, right? Now, all that said, Cash, puzzles aren't for every group. I have a group that really engages with them. I have another group that really doesn't want to have much to do with them, doesn't have a lot of patience for them, and that's totally fine. I would not ever even attempt to make necessarily a puzzle that like is best for every table. Like, I don't know how to do that. Maybe someday, but not yet. So I think it's just about kind of knowing your group and looking at something like this and going, okay, would they engage with it? Would they be interested in reading letters back and forth between NPCs that they don't know? I don't know. I would. I would be very engaged. Sort of seeing what the story is, you know. But it's definitely not for everybody. Oh, and sorry. Eventually, the players would, at the end of it, get the decoders, which then could be applied to all the letters to see the final. So, like, following the quest line at all is going to end up providing them the decoder sheets. Thank you for the question, Christian. Love your content. Good luck with the rest. Thanks, Cash. Appreciate it. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Thanks, Noel. I will. Don't worry. I sleep. I just sleep when you guys aren't here. See ya. this is the first page of the 2 pages of the last letter. This is the letter from the dead father. Something did happen. I missed a black letter, but I have an entire line to rework it so that it doesn't matter, because the actual placement doesn't matter, it's the order. So RE, and then in this line I need an RE, but I need a C first, so I need it to be CRE. Oh, yeah, it's actually C-U-R. C-U-R-E. It's the letters for cure. So now I'm like, okay, let me look back at this and see if there's a clever, simple word that I can swap in. Because I can do I'll be gone. I'll find it. I'll find a... Three-letter words. And ah ha 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 ha. I've got one option. Let me see if I can find a better one. Yeah, at this point, it's worth a couple minutes of research to cleverly rewrite these like 6 words to not have to redo all of that. Agreed. And I think I can. Like, I can already found the word much, which could easily be fit in, I think. So let's see. So I've got couple of options already. I'm going to start writing them down so I don't lose them. Create action. So it could say, I'll be gone some day, much like your mother too, and we don't. So that's one way. I'll be gone someday, watch, and your mother too. That would fit in a C. I'll be gone someday, of course. That would give me the C and the UR, not E. I think that works. I think I found it. In action. So I'll be gone someday. Yeah, that'll do. Want you two putting your lives at risk. We've talked about it. It's really my fault for making this a letter thing. Okay. Brings it to the last page. And of course, this is one of the trickier ones to fit. Tough part's done. Oh no. Real problems. I see progress. Hadn't had a chance to figure out Discord yet. Been binge watching your other. Oh well, thank you. Thanks. What if it? You know, I'll be here at some point. Appreciate you saying hi. I know, right? Crazy. All the hard stuff's done. Last chunk. Last chunk indeed. One more thing I have to do on this letter. Because it is... Yeah, sure, that works. MYTOOLSARE. RC Okay, well, we're not going to redo that. I think I can cause a crime here. Look at that. Shit, maybe I should just do that in the first place. My tools, ARECUR. That R was always there, of course. SED. No, that is totally works. In fact, it might be better if I wrote the whole thing and then went back over it with another micron. I think it sells just fine. My tools are cursed. Tools are as cursed as this music. Okay, my tools are cursed. In CASE, in case CASE, I am NOTHE, in case I'm not HERE, in case I'm not here. CURE, THE. I appreciate the cure them. INTNTHEO OLDWELL BEH IND THEHOUSE. couple of minor hiccups throughout, but my tools are cursed. In case I'm not here, cure them in the old well behind the house. So that's just players following through getting the treasure. They also get basically like a free curse cure, which feels sporting if they've made it all the way through all of that. One other piece. I feel like I was really stressing you out there. I feel like I was really doing damage. We'll see if I can always adjust this envelope. It's just an envelope. But if nothing else, I do have an envelope. It would probably have been kept in pretty good shape, buried under treasure for however many years it's been. Like, probably be okay down there. Bit dusty maybe, but all right. Get in there. It's that easy. It's that simple. I don't know why everybody doesn't do it. Whew, buddy. Save these templates for another day. Quick label. Tuck that back there. So I think now make notes for the next time. With that, with those, that's the whole set. There we go. Cool. Oh, sorry. How could I forget that little 20 hours I spent making that? All right. That makes all three like prop complete, which makes them ready to send minus instructions and tips for running them. Awesome. What else is there to even say? It's not that often that I get to make something for the table that feels as kind of tied together as this. So it's pretty exciting. Oh yeah, it needs to get roughed up. I mean, it was sitting at the bottom of, but yeah, it needs to be distressed. Same with the other one, it needs to be roughed up a bit. Yeah. Closer than we've ever been. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah. This is one of those. This is one of those iceberg type of projects where so much of the design work under the surface makes it take a good amount of time. But actually making more of these is I would say, like, this might become its own separate idea. Like, this is not necessary. This is just awesome. The central, though, like, letter craft is pretty approachable, I think. Especially if any of these are done in batches. Thanks, Amy. I appreciate that. Of course. Can't do anything else with this stream at this point. This is like the perfect stopping point until sometime tomorrow. I don't know, with D&D and stuff. I'm sure I'll be on at some weirdo time throughout the day, but that brings us to the end of this one until next stream. Thanks so much. And Amy, you know what? You get some rest. You get out of here. You get some rest. We'll do it all again soon. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you next time.